Yo. Welcome, welcome. No, I've never tried engagement ads actually. Although seems like that would be a good idea actually. Your birthday today? Happy birthday. My birthday's in 4 days. You just discovered modules are cached? Yeah, they are. Hey Dogman. Hey Vad. Your birthday tomorrow? Nice. $60 plays with 12 USD? Doesn't sound very good. Or what do you mean? Wait. What do you mean by that? 60 plays of the ads in game? Or am I thinking of different things when you said engagement ads? Aren't engagement ads the engagement campaigns? Is this? Oh, I was thinking of a different thing. I've always just done plays for this. I've never tried doing anything else. I thought you were talking about the video ads that you can do. Like watch an ad for gems or something like that. Hi, RJP. Got any tips on what? $60 plays in a day with 12 USD. That does not sound very good. I'm gonna be completely honest. Okay. So, some updates. This is like almost done. Okay, so I have my data here that I've defined here. This is what we worked on last stream for those that were there. New data saving data service type thing. I don't really know what I'm gonna call it, but it like pretty much works. I added array support, so when it's an array, it'll automatically like check like no. So here's items, which is not an array. It's a like an inventory or something like that. But when it's an array and I do dot, we automatically have insert and remove. Like it just knows. Okay. I'm gonna explain again, real quick, what this is. Because I'm sure people here... Yeah, I did fix the autocomplete. What car do you have? I have a Tesla Model 3. But I really want to get a Model X, because I want it to be bigger. But my car is like 3 years old, so there's no point in getting a new car. Okay, so here is the whole, here's the whole, basically, goal with this data, manager, data package, whatever. Currently, with pretty much every single data manager on Roblox, you would have to do data service, some function like set. You'd have to do that in the path. So if I want to do like inventory, I can't type. That's kind of part of the problem. Inventory, let's say apples, and then whatever you want to set it to. This path string really sucks because it's strings, it has no types. So like if I wanted to get like local num apples, and instead of set, you know, you do get, and it would say this is any, like we don't know what it is, okay? This is every single data. This is every single data manager on Roblox, right? Data package on Roblox. With my new system, thanks, Snowy. With my new system, all you do is just access the data like it's a regular old table. The data dot inventory dot apples, and then you call it like a function to get the number of apples, and then it knows it's a number. Beautiful. If you want to set it, you just do this. And then what's also beautiful about it is you can, everything has a dot changed on it. So you can just dot change. So when something's changed, you get the like number here, and you can say like print apples change to, you know, n. Amazing. Okay. Also has array support, which I was just talking about earlier. So if something is typed as an array, so if you go to your data table, just your template here, like this is an array, right? So array is an array of numbers in this case. So data.array, and now we have insert and remove. It knows. So I could insert, you know, 10 at position 2. It might be the other way around, but you know what I mean. And then there's the remove. Also for things like, you know, inventories generally have like a unique ID. So like it's not a set key, right? It could be any string, let's say. So in like items, so if I go and do data items, you can see you still have change, but you don't have like anything like, you know, if we had, let's say, local ID is, you know, some random string, that obviously wouldn't pop up there because it's not typed. But we could just index it with ID and then dot, and we still have the beautiful typings and everything because we define it here. Yeah, I made a full switch to Vide. I don't know. This probably won't be a update to data service. I think this will be its own thing. Is there previous value and change? Yes, there is. Good question. The second parameter here is the previous value. And then if you also do like let's say your inventory dot changed, and then do like, you know, new inventory. So this would be like the updated inventory, previous, oh, I didn't do a function. And then this is also like the index that was changed. That's also passed as the third parameter. So why is insert Pascal case? I'm doing all of the, so with I'm doing all of the functions that you can actually call on the values Pascal case, because like imagine you had something in your data that was called like insert, or, you know, like that would then like collide with this, you know what I mean? Like you couldn't name something in your data insert if it had a capital I. I think most people would like this anyways. How close are you to finishing this new data service? I would say fairly close. Using a setter, return tuple, new value, old value. When you update, I don't know what I'm doing. When you update, you can do like data dot currency, and this would be like the updater here. If you just wanted to update something, return like n plus 100. So this would add 100 to your currency, but if you wanted to get the updated value, it does return that from when you, like, if you want to do like an update. Any idea about the package name? No, I don't. So if anyone has any ideas. But yeah, so I'm like really, really happy with how this is turning out. I know if like you're not a coder and you're not someone that's like, you know, deeply, I guess, published real games out there, this probably doesn't look that crazy or that cool, but it is, trust me. Like, for those that know, you know what I mean? Yes, it is still on top of Profile Store. Yep. Rodrigo, yeah, I showed an example of that earlier, but that does work. So like items right here. Imagine this is a GUID, and it, you know, we have item data or whatever. You can simply just do data items, you know, let's say some oops, that's supposed to be a string, GUID, right? And then dot, and then we still get it. You could say like when that thing changed, then do this, or we can get, you know, the damage, because that's what this is typed at here. Yeah, it is still around Profile Store. Hey, tremendous. Yeah. So I need to add. It's kind of annoying adding array support. Yeah, this will be open source on my GitHub once it's released. Which maybe later today. Like this stream. Adding array support is so annoying because you have to add, you know, insert, remove, on insert, on remove, like so much. The best UI framework in your opinion? Why? Vide. Okay, so we have this change signal, and I want to consolidate this into like something that just creates the callback function, because we're gonna have changed, array insert, array removed. Writing docs to stream as well. Yeah, maybe. Please make it possible to create multiple data stores. Maybe. Not something I've ever needed personally. Type store. Yeah, I've legitimately never needed to have multiple data stores. Okay. So we have the change function here, which this might look a little weird. I'm thinking what we do. This is gonna look really weird. This is gonna return a function that has value. Wait. Oh, wait, that doesn't quite work actually. Like, this part needs to be... What actually needs to be... Oh, wait. This does work fine. Never mind. This will be a type of value t. This will be a function that returns a function that returns a function. Oh, not t. Any. Yeah, it's a function that returns a function that returns a function that returns a function. And then what we'll do is, instead of this being changed key, let me name this like function key. Like that. And I think that's all we need actually. And then what I'll do is, instead of basically creating all these, all I have to do is say local function changed equals create callback function of local changed equals create callback function with the key of changed. And we could say local what did I say? On insert. On insert equals create callback function. Alright, insert key. On remove, create callback function, array removed key. What does the brackets t do? These are called generics, which means when I call a function, like let's say local function test, and then I say like, you know, my param is type t, and then I return, let's say, trying to think of a good way to do this. Return, I can't think of a good example, but basically t is anything. So if I say local a is a boolean, you know, false, whatever, and then I say local b is, let me just return test, or not, let me just return param. B would then be, if I do test of, actually, here's what I'll do. Dude, I can't think of a good way to do this. Test of A, B will still be a boolean, and I can reuse this. So if I did local, you know, t is a number, for, and then local v is test of t, might be a little confusing. It still thinks it's a number, but, so it's generic in the sense, if I didn't do this, and I made it so that param, you know, is a number, suddenly this doesn't work. Expect it to be a number, got a boolean. So if you want to figure it out, if you want to have a function that can be used by basically multiple types, you need to create templates. Works like any, but with intelligence. Yeah, honestly, that's a good way to think about it. But it's a lot more powerful than that though. Like I can look at some of like for example, when you pass in when you pass in like the raw data table here, that is type T, and then using those literally so annoying. This stream is not about slime RNG, guys. We're coding. No, there were generics before the new type checker. There were generics. They've been generics for a long time. Let's test this. I should have a version of this out during the stream. What's up, Co? Server specific data, like global server data that's replicated to client. Are you the first one ever to do this? As far as I'm aware, yeah. I've never seen any data manager that solves this. Okay. And then what are you solving? I've answered it a lot. Go back like 15 minutes. I'm thinking I should just do like this kind of sucks. Like I just created like a table here. Like custom or functional keys, and then just do like changed key equals changed. Something like this, and then we could just say if, or just local functional key equals functional keys of index, or functional key index, if functional key, then return functional key of value. Essentially a Grunion, yeah. How come you can program and read chat at the same time in ADHD era? I don't allow myself to have any short form content. Kind of OP. Okay. And that should actually cover everything. Array insert. Oh, array removed needs to actually call the remove functions. I'll just kill this. Removed callbacks. Be removed. And then if it has remove callbacks, then callback and remove callback. Callback. What is? Wait. On remove, we want to send what was removed in the position that was removed, right? So we would say removed in position. Okay. And then in value array meta, we need to add the on remove is what? Leaf, do you find that AI hinders your code if you use it too much? I always feel like I hate my work whenever I use AI as a tool because I lose touch with it. 1,000,000%. I hate AI. Yes, it speeds things up. 100%. That's undeniable. But the code that it produces is just like yucky. And just like not. It just like isn't good. Like, it works, but like, and it's faster, but then it just gets harder and harder. I don't know. I don't know. I've been really enjoying coding this without the use of AI. I've used it to like ask questions, but it hasn't actually written any of the code. Okay, on array remove, we send type T and the position that was removed. Let me double check that's actually what I do in my old data service. So I want to make sure it's parity between the two. Not index. Array removed. Oh, it actually sends the index first. Kinda weird, is it not? You're going in. What's up, Andrew? Rojo with multiple places. I found I just host the same code to all places, and all places use the same code base. Oh, yeah. I use tags on the workspace mode. Yeah. Yeah, I generally will keep everything in the same, or not generally, I've always just kept everything in the same code base, and then change how the code functions based off like the place ID or something like that. Okay. I didn't see that. Also, what's up, Andrew? This seems weird. Be firing the index that was removed first. I'm actually gonna change this, which hopefully no one gets mad about. I personally literally never use arrays in my data, so I'm only doing this for people that do, I guess. I actually didn't even want to do this, but I figured some people do. The difference between array and table. Why not use arrays? I'm not saying don't use arrays. I'm saying in data, like in your player data like this, in my experience, I never felt the need to use arrays. And arrays do not work very well with when converting between JSON and also sending it over network. Because if for some reason there's a hole in the array, like you set, you know, index 3 to nil, but you have 1, 2, and 4, now suddenly 4 will get chopped off when you go and save the data. But no, like using arrays is perfectly fine. Like, sure, I use arrays all over the place, but I mean, like in general, I think with player data, dictionaries is like better in essentially every single way. Pin your message. Which one? There you go. There you go. How does the code stock a value? It's honestly, it's complicated. Originally values actually, so I changed the entire like back end of it yesterday. What I did on stream 2 days ago, and wait, is this right? This isn't right. This type is wrong. Sorry, one sec. This needs to return a function. This is the disconnect function, and this actually is the function. Yeah. Dude, imagine trying to explain this to someone. Or this. Good luck. You have a wife? I have a fiance. Not wife yet. Yeah. Yeah. We're both so busy to plan a wedding. I don't know. Not that we don't want to get married, it's just hard because we also like recently moved to California, so how like would we have the wedding in California or would we have it in Minnesota where all of our like our friends and family is? But then how are we gonna plan a wedding in Minnesota if we're not in Minnesota to plan it? What is she doing in life? She's getting her PhD in aerospace engineering. She just got our master's and now is doing the PhD part. I feel like this is wrong. On array remove. Array insert doesn't return anything, right? Doesn't return anything. Array remove doesn't return any, or returns the thing that you removed. Good. On array remove. These. Return function. So this is the function that's being returned. Callback function. I'm getting confused. This is the callback item. Pause. Remove pause. This is the raw value. I think that types right. On array insert. What was the reason to move to California? This is where her PhD program was. Bulls flex. I don't know what that is. Yeah, Caltech. New lazy reactive library. Oh, interesting. And they're moved in the positions. Maybe. Position is also a maybe. But these are not guarantees. Okay. The warehouse fire in LA? Yeah, dude, I smell it. We went to the beach the other day. And actually, in Pasadena, it's a lot worse than the beach that we went to. But there's like a day or two where it's like, bro, just like, could just constantly smell it. And just like, it felt like I was like inhaling fumes. Yeah, the weather here's been not bad at all. It's been like mid 70s, low 80s the past like 20 days. No, I wasn't here when the fires were happening. Was that last year? I moved here less than a year ago. The 3 new fires. Or, the 3 new models. I saw something very briefly about them. Are the new models out yet? Yeah, we're talking Fahrenheit. The new models are. Okay, so the thing that was inserted, and position, it was in. I'll just say print something inserted at pause. And then I'll just say data array insert 5. And let's see if this works. Let me get rid of all this other crap though. Something inserted at pause nil. Oh, because I didn't pass this in. But if I pass this in... Is that the expected? Do I use coroutines? Usually not directly. Very, very rarely. I use the task library mainly. Everyone pre-ordered GTA 6? I didn't. I don't really play games like GTA or... I don't really play story or like open world games. I guess when we insert or remove, it should always say where we inserted it, right? That kind of makes sense. I know Neovim. Be that, right? I think that's right. How did you meet your fiance? I met her in Robotics, actually. She was on a different team. Yes, this will be on Molly. What was the era of off-lean Lua? What does that mean? She was your enemy, yeah. Jonathan, I have literally no clue what you're talking about. Like, genuinely no clue. Yeah, dude, I loved Robotics. I was the captain of my team, state champion, multiple times. State champ, yeah. I have a trophy actually. Wait. So this was not when I was in high school. This was actually for Vex U, which is the university version of robotics. You can kind of see the camera's flipped, but imagine that this is Minnesota. There you go. Now it looks like Minnesota. But yeah. I really liked robotics. We're talking to the state champion of robotics. Yep. You sure are. That's so funny. They gave the trophy only to you. No, so there are a lot more trophies, but that was the one that I got to keep. You were Crash Wrestle inspired from? Yeah. Using game.workspace? Oh no. Or how about this? Game get service workspace. Pick your poison. Which one are you going for? You can only pick one. You do not. Shut up, go. You genuinely don't know which one to use? Just use workspace. No way. No way, bro. You guys are trolling. Just use workspace. It's literally there for you to use. Wait, yeah, isn't there also there's also capital workspace? Isn't there? Oh, maybe not. That just auto imports. I thought there was. Never mind, I lied. Tremendous, you switch between them? Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna say server insert, I don't know, 16. It didn't work. What? Show how you will make a normal kill brick. I think you can figure that one out on your own. I believe in you. Why did this not work, by the way? Hold up. I need to reset my data. I do it in a great way. Test 2. Is being a full-time Roblox developer really enjoyable? Yeah, I like it. Wait. What? Why does this not... Okay, hold on. Oops. I've never used dynamic faces. What? Okay. So that's not what that should look like. Oh my god. This is using the old one. Okay, it used to be called array insert. That's why. Oops. I was like, what is happening? So that was setting it to... That was setting the value array insert to 16 rather than doing the insert command. Genius. Good, hopefully. Really? I thought that would work just fine, actually. I have no clue, to real. So why did that not work? Insert item pause. This would then replicate via this type path. Okay, what? Can I print data when it's changed? Wait, what? Bro. You take part in game jams. Okay, there we go. It's finally worked. I've done one game jam ever. I would love to do another one though. I used to do basically robots in 24 hours. Back to like the robotics talk. You can see on my channel actually, if you go to my videos, way old, you can see robots that we've made in 24 hours. We built this entire thing in 24 hours. It was just so old. This one's only 4 years ago, but yeah, this one was really fun. That one was really, really good. There's some other... We did many robot in 24 hours. We did, what, 4 different ones. Oh, the other ones are 6 years old? Yeah. Yeah. This was back when I was doing it in college. How's the weather here? It's always amazing. Yeah, this was back in college. When I only did robotics for 1 year in college. It's really hard to do it in college, or it was back then. I think some of my videos got converted to shorts, yeah. But yeah, robotics is really cool. Would recommend. I've never used any component systems on games, so I've looked into it and I didn't really seem like it was for me. I'm pretty happy with object-oriented. Is this stream sponsored by your school? What do you mean? I just cut the metal for the bots. There was machines that we would just cut on, or just like what am I? Why can't I think of the names of anything? Jeez, it's been a long time since I've thought about robotics. What are they called? What? Dude, am I an idiot? A mill? Just wait. These little things. What are they called? Wait, I know you can't see it. Just wait. A Dremel! Dremels is what we would use a lot of the time. Which just look like this. These were really like easy because you a lot of times wouldn't even need to take them off the robot to use them. Because a lot of the metal was aluminum. Most of the metal you'd use would be aluminum. Some parts would be steel if you like really needed the whatever it's called. But, like Dremels did pretty much most of the work, but we also had like big machines if you really needed something that needed to be like precise and all that. But I'd say most of the time it was just a Dremel. There's a YouTuber who uses games with holes. He makes electric vehicles. He goes out in the woods and games with video. What? His razor sharp jawline. That's crazy. Okay. This works. Array callbacks. Okay. Favorite music artist. Depends on the mood. I would say I really like... It 100% depends on the mood. If I'm just like working, I'll listen to Odessa. I really like all of their music. Or I really like this guy named Goth Babe. Really chill music. Moment in Time, yeah. Those are both really good. I really like music that's like Odessa's when I'm working. When I'm not working, it's completely different. Drake? No, I don't really listen to rap anymore. I did when I was younger. Like, I kind of grew out of it. Okay, I wanted to do something here. Server player data will be this, and service, which will equal data service server. Oh. And then that should work. So if you want the actual service, you could do data.service. To do like operations on the service itself. But if you still just want player, you know, you can do data.player. And then get the actual data. I think that's going to be a clean way to do it. Thoughts on that? So you could do like, you know, like on, you know, or let me go to my docs actually. What are some functions that are used? Like on player init, isn't that one? You could like bind it like this. But then you can still, like, it's still just the data object. So if you pass in a player here, it'll just work like normal, you know? Thoughts on this? I think that's a clean way to do it. Is this update going to be backwards compatible? It still will be backed by Profile Store. And it's still, like, you can just take your existing data template and just pass it in here. So I think it should be. Oh, I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty confident that it should actually just be backwards compatible out of the gate. But I'll double check. Also, I don't know if this will be like an update to data service or just its own thing. I don't really get why that's erroring, to be honest. Service 2. The other option is to return two things. Like in the init function here. I don't know what would be better. In the init, we would return self as well as data.self, like this. And then we could just say, you know, like data service or whatever. That seems a little weird. And then this wouldn't be like that. It'd be like, you want DevRel? Like, am I a part of DevRel? Or what do you mean? Type to data service. I kind of think data.service was pretty clean. Having a second argument here definitely would work. Yeah, I saw that test spreads. The much needed update. Data.service. Okay. Yeah, I can do data.service. I do think that was pretty clean. I am going to make this. I actually don't want this to be typed to low-key. Not needed. I'm just gonna say this is any. Yeah. Wait, does that still work though? Okay, yeah. Andrew. Okay. Yeah, I think that's clean. Custom trade materials now. Ooh, that's nice. I remember looking into that actually a couple months ago. And then realizing that it wasn't possible. And I was like, oh, interesting. Yeah, they have been changing quite a few stuff. Okay. This file needs to be named something else. That's okay. Okay, I think the actual like core part of this whole new data system is done and working. I think we need to add all of the goodies that my old data system has now. But we have replication, we have saving, we have basically everything functioning. So this is my old data service. Global data store support. Are you talking about like global messages? If so, it already supports that. Oh, for leaderboards. It's not really something that I think data service should handle, to be completely honest. It's kind of doing like global leaderboards is kind of its own thing. I might actually hit 100k subs. Maybe if I start posting some videos. Yeah, data service is like completely player oriented. Like that is all that it is for player data. Okay, let's make sure our player added is actually, because I kind of quickly went through this. Reconcile. Go. The set intelligence working through. Yep. It's just using the new type solver. So you just need to make sure that's enabled, which I'm pretty sure it is by default now. Okay, I'm going to do the whole global callback stuff after. Is there a data library that support global data stores like a global market? I find with those kind of things, they're so specialized that you're better off just making your own. Step Raptor. Start ask again, but will this be a wrapper on top of profile start? Yes. Okay, on player init. We need to add that. How's the progress before? Great. I think basically I got everything working. And now we're just adding like pretty much the service like functions to it. But the actual like everything that I wanted to do I think is working 100% now. This does need type T. Because this needs to be T. Which means this does need T, and that means that we need T everywhere. I'm close to LA. Pasadena. Have you been to the Big Games Penti? That mean penthouse? If so, no. Pasadena. I really like it. Genius, says Ritz. Does he really? That's so funny. The exact type of a key from the data template with autocomplete function. I figured if you're talking about this thing, Nat, I figured out how to do that too. If that's, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it's like a whole... I don't even know what to call this. It's not going to be an update to data service. I think it'll be its own thing, but I don't know what to call it. Oh, I see what you mean. With the old data service, Nat. Yeah. What's better than the old data service? Just make it an update? Maybe. Can we keep like most of the API the same probably? The party. This should technically be type T. See, Ezra. Value store. Thing is, like, the actual, like, keyword value, like, the user actually never interacts with. Like, this value thing is completely internal. Like, you're never actually saying value.new or whatever. Or interacting with it in any way. And then need the wait signal. Okay. Never seen one script that uses generics. Not too bad. I could actually just export the public. Low-key, that's what I should do. Okay, I'll do that. Instead of exporting the entire thing, because I'm like, I don't want them to even know that these exist, so... copy this. Because profile store just straight up doesn't work. I don't get any types when I use profile store. I was asking this last stream. I couldn't find any typed version of profile store. I don't know if I'm an idiot or not, but I was not able to find a typed version. Like, there was not types anywhere. Unless am I using the wrong one? Because I was wondering the same thing. Hey, Claudecast it? Type of. I mean, this tells us what the type of it. Like, we have like this stuff, but we don't have like profiles. It doesn't actually export any of the types or create any types. There's nothing even to export. Okay. That should be fine. We need to wait for data. See, this is what I don't want to do though. Yeah, I've used that before, although I usually, honestly, barely ever interact with workspace, so I basically never use it. I haven't used it in a long time. Yeah, I thought about making a new Discord server that's like for developers only. Okay, and then this, instead of us returning the actual entire type, we only return this public. It should be here. Service suite is public. Using Vide to make some of my rough-coded data work better? What? That's kind of cursed. Yeah, I'm liking this actually. I don't really like that, but it's fine, I guess. Yeah, it's fun. Oh, wow. Let's make a... I guess we don't even need that anymore. We don't need a has... profile, do we? I guess we can make something that returns the profile. Why not? Player. What is that? Oh, you can't use different parameters. Really? Oh wait, that doesn't work either. I'm just forced to use type T here. I kind of dislike that. Whatever. Doing alright, Nico. Stout sprouts. That's so funny. Stout scouts. Hilarious. We're getting there. What did I type profile as here? Literally nothing. It was typed as any. Hello, Nathan. Just player store. Nothing. Okay, cool. Data prefix. I'm trying to keep a lot of this the same. We need to get function data service server get data prefix. You get the sounds for the game? Toolbox. Some sound assets. Yeah, should I open up FL Studio? I bet some people were here when I was playing that the beat making game. It was pretty bad. The last infinity stone. Okay, so we probably want this to be like this. Yeah. And then instead of passing in template here, we pass in options, which would be, this would be T, this would be data options, T, self.template we get rid of, and we just do option.template. This would be options.profile store data prefix or store index or that. No, the new one isn't out yet. It'll come soon. And then this will send. This will actually be options, which would be like that. Turn self.options dot data prefix or data prefix. For what game? Any game, every game. When are you gonna release this? This stream, more than likely. Okay. And then confirm this still works fine. Yup. Confirm this still works fine. Yup. Oops. Okay. Brain rot defense 2. Okay. Now we're just being mean. Wait for data, get profile, sync get profile. We do want that to be public. Why am I getting an ad? Did you get an ad? I thought I had that turned off. YouTube made me verify my address, so maybe that's why. I don't know, actually. I think that they help, yeah. The like little trailers. From my experience, I think they help. Just make sure, like, with everything, it can help and also hurt. Like, if it's a bad trailer, it'll obviously hurt. But I think the trailers that I've done have worked out. And it's really not hard to make at all. Because, like, there are rules in place for the trailers where, like, you can't basically do, like, over-editing. What else is there? The global callbacks. Reset data. Yeah, we probably want that. The profile key. Get data prefix. This should be self get profile key. And this should be get data prefix. Get reset data as a public. and player. Something like that. I'll clean this up a lot. Nice, freaks up. I've kinda done something similar. You guys love my GitHub picture, huh? Okay, let's just go through this. What do we have? We have init. Init. Well, I guess let's just add these assertions. Whatever. Okay. Player store. Oh, here. Yes, we have a player store. We have options. We have data. This can be defined here. Sure. Okay. Good. Store cancel. Fine. Reset data. Let's put reset data right here. I just want to make it like equivalent to the old version. Okay, reset data. Player added. Make sure this is all good. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll make this open source, yeah, so you'll be able to use it, and as far as I'm aware, it should be pretty easy to swap out if you are wanting to. Okay, we still need to do the globals, which I'll come back to. Get profile key. Bring that up here. Old messages we'll come back to. Play removing. Profile return, end the session. Oh, removal functions, right? Then we need to add removing function, like so. Add player removing callback, we'll make that public. Self. Public, the What's the type on this? It's weird as hell. Wait. This returns a function. Returns that, yeah. It's T-bell times, Yadens. Okay. Let's add it. That shall be good. Oh, wait. The leave. Player leave. They're removing. Player removing. We have to get rid of. Self data player equals nil. Guess we can just do that here too. Well, no, we should do it here. Okay. That's fine. Now we can add the globals. Right now I'm not creating any specific game. I'm creating a tool for people to use right now. Which might not seem that cool to some people, but it's actually coming along. We'll see if I make a video on this, potentially. I wish I had more Red Bull. I have more, but they're not cold. Okay, now let's do all the global stuff. And then we can add back the docs. Okay, so at the bottom of player added, That's so annoying. I hate some things the new type solver just really are annoying. I find myself having to typecast any a lot. What? I don't even know what I'm reading right now. Yeah. I'm basically adding all the features that it already has back into the new one. Sure. Then we need send. Like this. Okay. So that should be like everything. You gotta add the docs back. And now if I go data.service, we have all of these. And we also have these. Don't save, whatever. Oh. Just make sure this actually works. Whoops. Okay, I'll show this again because I'm seeing some questions as what's the reason of improving or whatever. So old data service, you would have to do like this basically. Data service, set, and then a table of strings, which would look something like inventory, apples, 10, or something like that, right? This, we don't have any IntelliSense for, so it's just like random strings in a table of strings. Where with this new system, we just do data, dot, and we already have it, like here. So you can do data dot inventory dot apples, and if you want to set it to 10, we would just set it to 10 like that. These are equivalent, okay? Every single value in your data has dot changed on it. So dot changed, and then you can just hook it up to like a function. You know, we get some change function. Cool. There's also when you like are getting something, so you know, get the number of apples like this. To get the number of apples, it was always just returned as any. So you'd have to manually, you know, type it as, you know, a number or whatever it may be. But with this current system, if I just do local num apples, just data dot inventory dot apples, and then we just get it. It knows it's a number because that's what it was typed at. It just inferred it was a number from here. But you can cast it to types. Like, for example, it's common in, like, an inventory system where, like, the key is a unique ID. And then, you know, it's a unique ID and then some item data. So, like, maybe there isn't a fixed key, like apples, for example. So, in that scenario, data.items, you know, some unique ID that doesn't exist, but it still has even the things here, like damage or health and, you know, change. Like everything still has it there. It has support for arrays. So if it's an array, like this is this array here, it automatically knows that's an array. So data.array, and then when I do dot, you'll see we have a bunch of new functions. We can insert, remove, which just mimics table.insert, table.remove. We have functions for like on insert, which is like when you insert something, do this callback. Or just, you know, data array inserts, you know, 10 at 4 or something like that. This is just using the new type solver and some metatable magic. It's funny, David. Yeah, so this is way better than this. This is fine. This is literally what every other data manager on the platform does. It, like, before the new type solver, it was just forced for us to do this. But I realized when messing around the other day that this it's now possible to get full IntelliSense, full types. So, yeah. That's cool. You worry at all when you have to spend apples to buy an item that the server could crash in different cycles? No. How much percentage is this done? It's close. Very close. I actually think it technically is done. It just doesn't have any docs. Yeah, you need to have the new type solver on for this. And you start development on this, by the way? Like 2 or 3 days ago? I think 3 days ago. I think the games have the new type solver on by default now. But in your Lua LSP settings, just go to settings and scroll all the way down. Mine's in workspace, but yeah, they do. Yeah, I was pretty sure. I don't even think it's like in beta or anything anymore. It just is the new solver. Okay. Okay, and then I think we need the docs, so let's do that. I probably want to move some stuff around too. Is this ready yet? It's getting rolling. It's really, really close. I think I'm gonna add docs and then call it good. And I think the docs that I'm gonna add are just are gonna be like copy pasted. Yeah, it's awesome, David. Reads those anyways. True. Set seed glitches PV? I've never even tried set seed glitchless. Ever add transactions? Potentially. I'm gonna do this instead though. I'm just copy pasting the docs. What does what engulf this level of Lua knowledge? Grind, I don't know. Okay. And I only need to add this to the... I only need to add docs to the public facing. Okay, and then this should just be data.service, and then we can just get rid of this. Yeah, the way that the functions are called are going to be like very slightly different. Yeah, I use Moonwave. Well, it's on GitHub, but I use Moonwave to generate the docs. Moonwave turns this into the like site, basically. I don't like making docs though. Yeah, it needs to be formatted a specific way. There's like a... Let me see. I haven't done this in a long time, so I might... I didn't want PowerShell. I want Git bash. I forgot the exact command, but I'm hoping just... Wait. This is not going to work even remotely. I don't have a moonwave.toml here. I'm going to cancel that. Because this is not even in the right repository. We're going to have to move this into like a separate public repository and all that once it's like good to go. We'll come back to that. Yeah, League Rocket. Yeah, I kind of was just doing this in a random open repository that I wasn't using. Oops. Code service? Yeah. Auto-scaled frame. It's how I do all my UI. I can use offset and it still scales automatically. No, I have a version on for Fusion, and I also have a version for Vide. If you want my Vide version, it's really, really simple. Oh, I'm already in it. This is my Vide version. Take a screenshot or something. It's pretty simple. Open source project where I use Vide. The only game I've used Vide on so far is Slime RNG, and I'm not open sourcing that ever. So, not for a very long time, unfortunately. Oh, does Lua work? Yeah, I used React for 2 games over the course of like a year or so, and I really dislike it. I think that's it. Yeah. You do solo everything in your games? Typically, yeah. On like pre-release or like before release, I'll do everything. If the game is successful, I'll usually hire people. Yeah. The beautiful thing is that we don't even need docs for the client anymore. So this, like the docs I added here are like strictly for the service side, this public API. We'll probably have to add docs to the actual Moonwave. I'll just say service docs or something like that. Okay, and now we need to make a new repository that's like actually just for this. Wait, we need a name. We need a name. We need a name for it. Will you release this to public? Yeah, I'm really close to releasing it to public. You're not updating old data server. I think it would be confusing to just update the new one. Yeah, whatever. I think it would be confusing to update the new one because, like, if people go to it, and it would be, like, confusing. I don't know. Slime service. You following someone else's game folder structure? No, it's my own. Just data. Low-key, just data. Like, actually. Yeah, it should be pretty easy to switch. Version it 2.0 and push to data service. I don't know though. Thing is, I actually want it to be called data. Well, hey, wait, hold on. Let me think. This. Your module that you create, there is no more data template. Well, there is. But, like, it is just the data file name. Profile data. The hardest part of making any open source, naming it. Data service 2.0. I like descriptive names that actually tell you what it does, not some like random open data. Better data service. Like that, data service v2. I don't really want it to be a v2 though. It's kind of its own thing. What about player data? Brain rot defense v2. The old one's still fine. Old one is definitely good. Okay, the thing is, the name of it literally doesn't matter at all. Because quite literally, like with data service, you say data service a lot, right? You do data service set, data service get, whatever. The only time you ever even will put the name of this is when you do the initialization. Like, that is the one time you're ever going to write it. And then it's just whatever the module name is. So I named it data, but like you could have named it something else. To make it a tough name. Derp data. Tough data. Yeah, I think player data is fine. I think. Now I'm in my head though. Oh, like on the server? Super easy. Data, index it with the player. Bang. Bang. And if you want like the service functions, instead of indexing it with the player, you do .service, and then you have all the functions. This is only on the server though. Leaves cool data service usage brain rot defense. Everything has brain rot defense in it. Okay. Oh, on client, it just skips that first part. There is no service, there is no player. It's just data dot, and then you're already in it. Yes, it does, David, which is actually something that the old data service didn't do. Like if you do data dot inventory dot apples changed, hook up a function to it and do a print a, and then you say data inventory and you set it to like apples equals 100, oranges is 200 or something like that. This would still fire. This change would happen because we set it here. You've had so many bugs or annoyances. Yeah, I had one bad bug with that one time ever, and then I was like, oh, that kind of sucks actually. Show how you initialize the player profile. It's the same. It's literally just one module script. You can name it whatever. I named mine data because I think that makes the most sense. And you just do this, data service or whatever. This would be the one time you ever use the name. And then you can have a couple other options here. But it's the same file on the client and server. Yes, test right. They use the same one. Yeah, there's a couple other things that... Yeah, use mock is really good. I think one of the most useful is viewed user ID, where I can like play on other people's data to see. I really like using that. But use mock is really good too. Okay. Dude, this is the hardest part. I think player data is decent. Easy data? Low key though. Thoughts on easy data? Oh god, it's right next to easy defense. No. Um. Archive. Dude, why is this so difficult? Like naming a child. Record store? I don't really like that. Immaculate data. Can't name data. League Rocket. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna start a poll. I need more options. Player data service is massive, though. That's way too big. Data. LARP data. Dude, nothing's speaking to me. I guess I can't name it just data. That'd be bad. I don't know, dude. Go vote. It'll be a new separate version. What are these raw water options? Bro, what do you want? You want something like stupid, like that means nothing, like cosmic. Yo, did you get the new cosmic download? Get the new why I can only think of space things. You only get the new anomaly. Need one more option, none of the above. Right, you guys are so mean. I knew that was gonna happen. True. Does easy data exist? No. Nothing on Wally. Try and buy it out. Yeah. That happens a lot to open source projects. Okay, I'm just gonna do easy data, I guess. Whoa, 2 people said vibe data at the same time. You can't undo this, bro. I'm spending more time trying to get a name than anything. Easy data. Okay. 1, if we're happy with the name. 2, if you want something else. I want to see it in chat. 1, if you're happy with easy data. 2, if not. Okay, the thing that's tripping me up is that we're literally never gonna even interact with this name anywhere except for right here. Everywhere else, we're just gonna use the name of the thing that we use. That's why dataservice v2. Dude, this is impossible. This is so difficult. It shows that Loki looks like Charm syntax. Yeah, literally. Oh, subreddits. Qdata service 2.0 underscore final underscore 3. Dude, half the people are like, the name doesn't matter, and then most people are like, you can never go back. Once you do this, it's over. It's over, dude. It will haunt you forever. E2 is ugly. Ugh. Just name it V2. Data Slayer. Vault or archive. Should I just make it an update to data service? Dude. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Update data service and someone upgrades, it can break the entire. Exactly. Make breaking changes in Wally, can you? Like where? Where do you put breaking though? Would it be just in the Wally Toml? Is it just in the Wally? Does anyone know how to do like? Genuine question. There's like no docs on Wally, so. Like, yeah, I would change this to 2.0 or whatever. Just Wally. Well, I know how to publish on Wally. What if, wait, what if I just name it typed data service? Or data service typed? Low key, wait. Where did it go? Too long. Like, we're only ever going to be interacting with this literally one time ever. Type data service. Maybe I'm gonna do data service typed. Okay. And I don't want to do typed data service. Because I want you to be able to type in like data service and it to autocomplete. But if you do like typed, like you'd have to remember to do the typed before, you know what I mean? Okay. Isn't data service already typed? Yes, but your actual, well, honestly, no. Let's be real. It's not really typed. When you do like yes, you get some things back when you do this. You know, currency or whatever. Like this would just be any, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't, where like this new one actually has it, you know, typed. Like just typecast. Yeah, that's doesn't mean it's typed. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm gonna do data service typed. If it was something you're constantly indexing, like that's the other like good thing about this is you're not constantly indexing data service here. Like you're not gonna have to say data service typed or whatever. You're only ever like you're indexing whatever you name your data as, which in my case I named it as data right here. You could have named this like you know, player data or whatever. Technically you can name it whatever you want, so all of your suggestions you guys could use. So like the name really doesn't matter. Yeah, and then everyone wins. Okay, now I need to remember how to do this. Oh. Interesting, Prism. Raising Loon. I do want to try, actually. I've been meaning to. Let me get... service type. Yeah, I would rather it be its own repository. Okay, real quick, actually, before I start moving everything over. I should make sure it's, like, actually in a good state. Which means cleaning up a lot of this. This I think was fine. This is fine. This is fine. That's everything. Oh, there was one thing I wanted to do. Inside of value, I want when you call something. Let me just do a local, hey, I'm glad I like it, Mango. No, I have 1 bachelor's degree. My, like, the actual degree is in computer and electrical engineering. It's like this combined in one. Let's see, right before the replicate type, let's add should replicate boolean. Looks a little weird, I know, but bear with me. Okay, wait. These need to be changed. This should be this, and this should be good replicate. Okay, yeah. Then if it's false, if it's nil, it's true. If it's true, wait. True does not equals false. False does not equals false. Is false. Replicate be false. Yeah. Yeah. And then in our replicator function inside of here. Array remove something, and then here, good replicate. Wait. Here, good replicate. You're bad at Rocket League? I've been playing it a little bit more, like on the weekends with some friends, and it's a lot of fun when you play with friends. I used to be like way more into it, and what am I trying to say? I don't know. I used to like it a lot. That was my point, but I stopped playing and now I like it. I would not play like alone. I like to think I used to not be that bad. I was like Champ 2 way back. Way back. Wait, we don't need this at all. It just automatically already does it. Wow. Everyone's Gucci to my opponent triple flip reset. Must see doubles on it. Yeah. You're still with 3 doubles? Oh. Hey, I bet you're having more fun than anyone else, though. Did I choose to make myself open source? Hi, Nyla. Why wouldn't I? I feel like Rocket League's had to have been higher. 1.3 mil? Really? That's kind of cool, actually. Obviously not really the same thing, but that's pretty damn cool. So what's going on here? We need to pass in a new... Oh, that's the first value. This is the second. There we go. Didn't get a single line. Oh, of the types. Okay, to be fair, the typings, I don't expect anyone to understand but me. Ooh, I'm excited to try it out while we're... Oh, is Twitch being bad? Oh. What a lovely guy on Twitch. That was dumb. Come on, dude. I undownloaded 7TV, and now I don't know. I didn't realize all of those extension things, or everything that was like quality of life was 7TV. I typically don't read Twitch chat. I'm sorry. I occasionally will look over. Okay, wait. I want to try this. Okay, so this should not replicate. Okay. And let me just do data.currency.changed. Do n print n. Are you locking on programming or reading and responding to chat comments? I don't know. Still synced? Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. So, I don't know if this will be confusing or not, and maybe you guys can yell at me. For people that are unaware, in data service currently, if you put true as the last parameter, it will not replicate. I'm thinking of inversing this, where the last parameter is if it will replicate or not, and by default it's true. So it would be false for do not replicate. Is that bad? I feel like, because the old variable was called don't replicate, which is just really bad code. You shouldn't have things that's better. Okay, good. Like typically having don't or like opposite of. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let me make sure this works. I'm just gonna say that at 9. And then I'll say true, so this will replicate. Good. That you'd expect data to replicate when changing. Yes, it will. It will change regardless, automatically, unless we put false as the last argument. But in the old version, putting true as the last argument would mean don't replicate, which was confusing. So now this last parameter is just should you replicate or not, and by default it's true. Let me just make sure this works too. Oh, it doesn't. Oh. We didn't update the type in here. Don't think I've reached the point where I need to not replicate. It's very rare that I do. So for example, it's things that the client has already done. So a really good example is like a client settings. And I mean like their literal like, you know, is the music turned on or not? Typically what I do is I actually set that value on the client and then I tell the server, hey, I turned off my music. The server does not need to replicate back to the client that the music was turned off, because the client already turned it off. If that makes sense. So like client turns off their music, it instantly does it on their save on the client, but obviously that doesn't actually save the thing because they don't get to actually, you know, be the one that's mutating their real data. It's just a copy of it. And they tell the server, hey, I turned it off, save this for me. And then this server actually turns it off, but then doesn't need to, like, actually re-replicate that same data. Yeah. Because then you can get some, like, race conditions there where it's, like, weird. What's up, diver? Unknown type networker.server. Why? You probably need to run wally dash package dash types or whatever. Yeah, typically for things like that, you want the client to react immediately. Because those are things that like should just be instant on client, but okay. What were we doing? This. So this should not replicate. Let me just say, oh, I can actually just, I have right on inserts. Get rid of this. Yeah. Okay, it was not replicated. Get rid of that. It was replicated. Amazing. And one last thing. This will not replicate. I just realized I need to subscribe to it though. Data.array.on remove. What is the new type solver change? The main thing is type functions. And type functions are so confusing, and it took me like a solid, I feel like 2.5 days for me to, I feel like I actually understand what they're doing now, but I was so lost at first when it came to type functions. Are you going to implement it into your games? Yeah, I will. For like future games, I'll use this. Okay, cool. Now it replicates. Okay, I will be right back. Okay. You guys like Nyla? Oh, she left. Her name's Nyla. How would it work when I have an inventory like this, inventory, items, potions, and I change/add a value in items, but I'm listening to inventory change, not items? It would still say inventory is changed. You can, so you can do data inventory.changed. And you'll see, oh, jeez, that type is disgusting. It changes the new value, the previous value, and the index that changed. These are the 3 things that are returned. So you could see that items was changed. You've been streaming all day. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Maybe I'll do an updated video, yeah. Okay. So we have don't replicate. I feel like there's something else I want to do, but I completely forget. Not really a mango. Okay, I think it's good. I think that was the last thing I needed to do. Cleaning up the code, right? I think it's fine now, though. The main thing was adding that replicator. I used weighted roles. And this should be called init. This is an upgraded version of dataservice, Walru. Are these typed correctly? Yeah. No, I was in a different project. It was, dumb. Oh, I wanted to change the networker too. You know what? It's fine. I could make the networking on this a little more efficient, but it's honestly fine. Signal networker profile store. For central systems like that, I feel like you lose all IntelliSense though. Unless you have some other ways to do it, but... I'm working on a new library right now, Hubsta. I think that's fine. Yes, this will be open sourced, and I should be releasing it this stream probably very soon. Need a what? Moonwave? Does Moonwave have an init? They do. Oh, they don't. No, data service is not meant for order data source. If that works. What are we mad at? Oh. Oh. Guys, check out my website. Go to localhost. Okay. This looks similar to my website. What the hell? You'll be hearing from my lawyers. Did I miss us? Where do I need to configure my title? Before. Yeah, I saw the new train stuff. Looks interesting. It's been long overdue. Oh. Is that what I need? Dude, how do I do my title? Someone help. Oh. Move its title. Okay. That's now. Okay. Also really early. Oh, when did that start? Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Okay. Okay. That's when they're gonna head out, or that's when they're gonna be there? Okay. Yeah, I guess it depends. I'll want to Uber though. I'm not driving. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Do you watch the World Cup? I have been. I always thought I like hated soccer. But low key, it's been good, dude. It's been real good. Dude, I hate writing docs. What team you gambling on? I gambled yesterday that they weren't gonna say own goal in the USA match, and they didn't say own goal, and I won. It was like I think an 8x payout. It was good. Own goal. I didn't gamble that much. I'm very frugal. I don't like spending money, so I'm not gonna bet that much. $10K? Absolutely not. I would never. I'm almost positive I actually had AI write the docs last time. ITT or IT Raptor. I can never say your name. Raptor likes writing docs. That's crazy. An update to backdoor service. I need to do title? What? I don't think it's working. No, under home just sets up. Okay. Create Lua and Rust? I mean, it's written in C++. It's good enough. C++ is like Rust minus minus. That's crazy. This eliminates the need for wait for data too. I still have a wait for data. Wait, this isn't even right. On server, you technically... There could be scenarios where you'd still need to wait for data. That, like... I guess I generally almost never need to wait for data, so I'm curious if you're having to do that often. Okay, yeah. There are just some scenarios where, like, you just gotta wait, you know? It didn't work, by the way. Oh. What the heck did I click? Yeah, exactly. Like, there, you gotta wait. There's just no getting around it. I mean, I think it's fine. I don't really know. I don't know why the title isn't showing up. Is there a way to change it so when you make it, you know, get repository, it makes the starter branch main instead of master? I always have to, like, create a new branch. I kind of thought GitHub already did that, but maybe not Git, or maybe it's a VS Code thing. I don't know. There's a global Git setting. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, what are the odds these links work? Oh, I didn't publish it. Ooh, okay. Thanks, Prism. No, but I've wanted to, Flabber. Do I need to do anything now? I genuinely forget how this works. I haven't had to do this in such a long time. Oh, wait. Hello? How do I publish this? Yeah, wait, Raptor, make docs for me, please. Let's do Wally first. Hold up, though. Shouldn't this just be on the GitHub page? Oh. What? Oh, I just need to add the -- publish to the end. I know, yeah, the Moonwave site with using Moonwave is actually so base. Crazy. Yo, we already got some stars on the new repository? Come on. Oh, here we go. It's loading. Okay, now we can publish this to Wally also. And watch as it doesn't work. It's in the description, my Git, for anyone curious, but I'm gonna publish this to Wally in a sec. I think we're good. Do I just do Wally publish? I generally forget. I haven't done this in so long. Oh, is that it? Did we do it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, now don't have server packages anymore. That's one thing that this could be better at. There we go. And then theoretically, this we get rid of. Okay. Actually, I want to keep this. We should just be able to say data service typed. Data service typed. Okay. And that's it. And now everything should just work. Oh, I accidentally got rid of item data. Okay. And then what you do you get data service type. This is all you do. You set it up like this. You get your template. You can do any of your other metadata here, like use mock. I'll set that to false. You know, you could do your, what's it called? What? It didn't export the types. Wait, it doesn't need to. Or does it? It does need to, doesn't it? Ah! Dang it! That's so annoying, bro. Why did it not export it? Okay, whatever. Imagine this works. Did everything else get exported? It better have. Bro, it doesn't work. Did it just not export the types at all? It didn't, wait, it didn't export the types. Why? Export the types of everything else. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking they need to be in this. Your service not typed. Yeah, literally. This is awkward. Use wallet package apps. I already did. Darn it. I'll rerun the command, but I don't think that's the issue. I think it looks for... I'm pretty sure it looks for exported types in this. And if there's nothing in this, then it re-exports them to this. But I don't have any exported types here. But this low-key should work, should it not? Export in the init file. Okay. But I'm not even exporting anything. That's what's confusing to me. Like, I originally wasn't exporting anything. Like, you know what I mean? Wait, what? Oh. What am I exporting in here? I guess I am exporting it here. Is that why? I am exporting it, but I'd never actually used these. But maybe I just need to. Like, these literally never get used anywhere. I didn't even know I did this, to be honest. Okay. Need it in this one. Oh, I see. What went wrong? It's the Wally package types not exporting properly. But I will fix it. I think I literally just need to make all of these be like this. Need to export. Yeah, data options. And then I think I need to get the client and server version too. Is everything underlined red? Because I'm in the packaged repository, which doesn't have anything. Like, it's not actually hooked up to anything, so it thinks there's tons of errors because it doesn't know where anything is. That's why I was doing everything in a different repository, so that I could actually test it. I'm just gonna export everything, because I don't want to have to do this again. I really hope I'm getting these right, though. I think that's right. This looks right to me. Doesn't client need... I don't think client has T, actually. Oh, good catch. It actually does. Okay. That would have sucked. I think everything needs T. Yeah, I think that looks fine. You had to do something in Google Dashboard, which I hate because their dashboard is confusing. And then I used their model to guide me on screen and actually worked. That's hilarious. Okay, now we need to bump the version. Actually export types. Think. I didn't bump the type. Or the version. I always do that. Literally always do that. Yeah, this is on my Git right now. And it's on Wally right now. Okay, now if I go back here, and then I go down to League Rocket, I go to here, and I bump the type here, and then I run that. You're joking. Wait. What? None of those even show up. Hello? Why is this not working? Oh. Init is this. Init is this. I had dot parent. I just get rid of it here, everything should work, right? There we go. Okay. Well, now I gotta update it again. Yeah, 2 updates, guys. Already on. Oh god. Read Dirt Monster's message. Oh. Oh, hi Dirt. What's up, dude? Why are you streaming at like 5 a.m. these days? I can't watch your streams ever. Stream for 14 hours. Wait, for real? Okay, and now finally, bump our version here. Is this published? It is now, yes. It's on my GitHub, it's on Wally, which I know, you know, you're not a fan of either of those things, but everything should work. Okay, so it's super easy. Okay. I'm gonna run through this real quick for anyone that is curious, because I'm gonna run through this, then I'm probably gonna end stream because I gotta go in about an hour. Shut up, Dirt. Okay, super simple. I'm gonna start from nothing. Okay. Going to T-Bell? No, we're going to brewery tonight. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of everything, okay? I'm actually just gonna straight up delete this. Okay. For anyone that wants to use this, the greatest data module of all time, might I add. Okay. I'm gonna have three scripts here. A client, a server, and just a data. Okay. Data is where you're going to store your data template and where things will get initialized. All right. Make this directly into a video. Wait, I should actually. Okay, hold. Okay. Should I do the Dirt Monster intro? What is it? Welcome back, everyone. Today we're gonna be doing something a little bit different. Okay, everyone behave in chat, please. Okay, just finished my new data service typed version. It's like 100 times better than any data service, data manager, data whatever package that's out there, okay? It's on Wally. It's just called data service typed because I couldn't think of a better name. It still is backed by the same like logic that data service is using, so it still is using profile store, profile service, whatever. So you still get all those goodies, but the way you interact with your data is like 1,000,000 times better. Okay, so I have a client and a server script here. I'm using VS Code, but you could use, you know, your Studio. You could use NeoVim. You could use, you know, Eclipse, whatever. Okay, so client server, and then I'm just gonna create a data module. This could be anywhere. This is where you're going to be interacting. This is where your data is going to be. Okay, so I'm just going to put this in game. Again, you could put this literally wherever you want. I'm going to name it data.luau. You could name it player data. You could name it whatever you want. I think data makes a lot of sense though. And I'm going to get the data service typed. Just going to get that here, which is in my packages. Cool. And I'm going to define my data template. I'm going to say my template. This is what the player's data will be when they first join. So my data template, I'm going to define as, let's say we got currency. I'll set that as 0. Let's say, you know, their inventory is a table that has, I don't know, apples in it, some oranges. Cool. Let's say you have settings that has, you know, like music is on. Let's say we have a tutorial that has you know, a step inside of it and a completed boolean. Sure. Amazing. So what we can then do is use data service typed like this, and this is actually a function, and you're going to see it has a couple of parameters here. These are the same parameters that data service already has, right? So you have use mock, you have your reset data, profile store index, all those goodies, which are all amazing and can all still be used. But the main thing we're going to be looking at here, you must have the template, and I'm going to just set it equal to my template that I made here. Great. And this is what you're actually going to be returning, okay? Just like this. And everything is already set up. There is no initialization. There is no whatever. So now, when we go to the client, all we need to do, we don't even interact with data service anymore. We're interacting with the data script itself. If I go data dot, make sure, same thing, you need to make sure we're on the client, so we need to put .client at the end of the require. Data dot, and now we have IntelliSense, we have typing, we have everything, which corresponds to whatever the type of your template is. So, data dot currency dot changed. And it just works. It literally just works. Everything has a dot changed on it, so this would print whenever my currency changes. You can do data dot inventory dot apples. If you want to set something, you don't do equals 100. This is not what you do. It's a little bit different. You call it like it's a function. So this would be setting. If you want to get something, let's say num apples is data dot inventory dot apples. Same thing, just don't pass in a parameter. Same exact thing. If you want to update something, super simple, pass in a function. Amazing. And make sure you're returning. It's all typed, so I could do n plus 100. This would add 100 apples. Amazing. Okay, great. So what about array support? Right now I don't have any arrays, right? If I wanted arrays, make sure you type it as an array so that it knows that it's an array. So I'll say this is an array of strings. Sure. Cool. I'll name this like, I don't know, words. Okay? And then when I go data.words dot, you'll notice we have insert, we have remove. We have these new things that did not show up anywhere else. It automatically knows that it's an array based off of the type. And because it's an array, it gives us these new functions. So, you know, we could insert, you know, 50 at whatever. Or, sorry, see, I thought it was a number array. It knew. This is why types are so important. We need to pass in a string here. You know, it's words, so I'll say Taco Bell. Cool. Amazing. You probably noticed we also have on insert, on remove functions there as well. These are just callbacks, just like changed. Super cool. What else? Oh, another really useful thing, I already have inventory. Let's say my weapons. A really common thing that's going to be done with your data is you're going to be storing this in a way that essentially you have unique IDs as the index, so basically a string, and let's say we have a type of weapon data, which has, you know, your damage, your, let's say, I don't know, swing speed. Is a number, I don't care. Okay. We can just then type this to weapon data, like so. So we don't know what the keys are going to be in this scenario. So when I do data dot weapons, there are no keys, okay? But let's imagine we have some unique ID, because this is super, super common. The unique ID is, you know, basically what's common is you'll use HTTP service, GUID, generate GUID, okay? And imagine this is an ID to some item in your inventory. So you just do data, dot weapons, access it like any other thing, unique ID, and oh my god, we have type still. So if the damage changed on this weapon, we have some callback. Oh my god, this is amazing. Actually game changing. The change function works for, it propagates up. So if apples changed, you would also get the change signal on your inventory. Super cool. So that is just like the core of the actual like data management when it comes to like interacting with your data. But this also replicates, right? It replicates and it saves. So I've been doing everything on the client so far. But how does this work on the server? Same exact thing. We just grab that data module again, right? This time we want the server version, so I'm going to do dot server. Same as old data service. So we get the server version. Again, we're accessing the same data here. Same exact module. Obviously, it's different like cache versions because server and client, yada, yada, yada. But it's the same module that we're grabbing. And instead of me directly accessing data dot, we need to provide a player, right? So I'll say local player is players. I'm just gonna find for child, which is a player, and assert player so that it doesn't yell at me. Cool. So I'll just say data, and then I'll pass in that player, and bang, it just works, right? It just works. So if I want to set my currency to 100, this would set this player's currency to 100. It would then be replicated on the client. It would then also be saved. This is incredible. This was literally incredible. So if I go and say currency change to, like here, so I'm on the client right now, and I say currency change to, and then whatever, and all I'm doing is reacting to changes on the client. The server is setting it. If let me just add in a wait here because it might take a second for my player to get in. I'll set my currency to 100, and you know what? Let's take it a step further, and let's say while true, task wait 1. Let's add 1 to our currency every second. So data currency, and then we'll use the update function. If I can spell. Current n plus 1, and it wants me to type this as a number. So we're gonna add 1 every second, right? Cool. So now if I go ahead and click play, you'll see we're still getting that profile store, services are available, and bang. I'm setting the values on the server. I'm reacting to them on the client. Okay? Insane, right? And I'm doing this all by just interacting with seemingly raw tables, which is the incredible part. We're getting replication from raw tables, in theory, okay? Great. Okay. Now, replication is great. What about saving? What about saving, right? Well, saving's already baked in. I don't even have to do anything. If I just go and I print my data right now, when I load into the game, print data, okay? And let me just not change my data at any point. I'm going to print my data. I was at 123 for my currency. So when I go over here and click play again, it's going to print out my data table. And oh my god, currency is at 123. Everything's saved. Are you kidding me? This is incredible. It's literally incredible. So that is the new data service typed. I think this is absolutely incredible. There is a couple other small things you can do on the server. Instead of directly accessing with players, you still have a couple of those service functions. So you can do data.service. And you can see we have a couple of those functions. Like if you want to interact with the player's data before they like actually load in, you can do data service on player init. You get the player, you get their data. You'd have to do this function. So, and then you can, you know, interact with the data however you want there. So this would be like when they first join, set like, you know, their join session time to whatever, or you could kind of do whatever there. Again, data service. You have a couple other things like global messaging, which again, these are just all of the things that data service has had before. This is just how you access them now. Data.service. I think what's really, really cool about this is that you're not interacting with the actual service layer at all. You're simply returning this function and you're accessing literally just a table. And it's like magic. Everything just works. So go try it out. Again, here is the Wally link. It's on my GitHub, and I'll make an RBXM and post it there as well. So cool. Guys, how was that? Was that sick or what? Dude, low key though, low key, this is actually sick. Like, this is genuinely like really cool though, like actually. Cool. Can it get better than this? Dude, I don't know. I think this is like everything you want in a data manager. If a client sets their data, it's just purely local. But yeah. No, dude, this is sick. It's on my GitHub. It's on Wally. Make sure you get the right version on Wally, because the first two are bugged. Yeah. But I am gonna have to go. I'm going to a brewery. It'll be fun. But yeah, this is sick. I'm gonna use this going forward, so go check it out. And a goodbye. Bye everyone. Bye bye. See you, Raptor. Thanks.